Okay, everything should be up and running now, hopefully. It's been a long time since I've done a stream. Is everything good? Video's good? Volume's good for mic? Volume good for music on the background? Using Pretzel Rocks this time with their YouTube specific safe mode, so hopefully we don't get flagged or anything. Didn't used to be a problem, now it's a problem. Thanks, YouTube. Next day, things will be shipped out, I believe, will be Tuesday or Wednesday. We usually have the information on our direct Dream Vision Creations Twitter page as well as our website. Just due to the holidays, it got kind of mixed up and we actually held off shipping because of the backload for our USPS mailing. So all of our stuff was just being held in a warehouse. So to reduce the chance of things getting broken or lost or sent to the wrong place, we held off. Cool beans! Alright, I've only done a couple little posts up on Twitter about what I've been working on with this chicken project. I just finished sewing the hood. It's kind of just pinned onto the head right now. It's not glued or anything yet, but I figured I could start working on putting some of these feathers on. There are clumps that I made from strings of chicken hackle. A mixture of regular reds, red blondes, I can't remember what this one was called. It has some kind of special name to it, but it has like little stripies in the feathers. So I'm going to do a mixture of these along the bottom, or most of the upper section here is going to be a very similar color to the fur, which is slightly darker at the tips. But I'm going to be blending this all in. It's going to be super puffy because all the fur is going to be in between the feathers. It actually has a built-in foam hood, so it's hollow underneath, but it's keeping its structure. And the same thing with the front here. This right here has got a chest bulge, which is just foam. It's all nicely like lined underneath and attached. Boop. This pops in place. I was going to test out my wireless mic today, but I'm not sure about how that would run on YouTube. I know it works whenever I do just my recording program, but I don't know if it will still work. So if it seems like you guys can't hear me too well, just let me know, and I can try to switch it over to the wireless mic, which will have a mic right here by my chin. But I don't think I'm going to be moving around too much, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's really only an issue whenever I'm doing recording. I'm like jumping back and forth from here to over to the sewing machine and so on and so forth when I'm moving. Okay, we'll start with these ones. Clumps. I feel like it's been so long just because I've been working on these feathers for weeks. This actually belongs in this pile. The gun's good. kind of like pin these on first just to make sure this is what I want to do as far as colorations. Also, I do apologize ahead of time. I will be taking a break shortly, around 20 minutes or so, because I completely forgot that I said I was going to do a stream today until about like 6:10, and my roommate's making food, and I am starving because I've been outside working all day. So I very much want to get some food. Let's try a different channel. Epic's a little too Lord of the Rings epic. Needs something a little bit more bouncy. There we go. Okay. Now, this is all new for me, so I will try to get a lot of work done, but there's no guarantees. I'm probably gonna be messing with this a lot. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. Yeah, a lot of people like doing this feather build kind of thing with the ravens. I've seen some really good results of doing fur transitions into feathers. Yeah, these are my little clumpies. Essentially, it's about 6 to 8 feathers or so, and I kind of bunched them all up, and then my fingers like this. So I liked how they looked, and then I trimmed off all the bottom extra little quill parts, and I glued them together and pressed them onto a silicone pad with the hot glue. So it makes a nice little like contained clump, helps span it all out, so you're not using as many feathers, but you're still covering a lot of space. I'm gonna go ahead and take this camera and kind of turn it. Oh, I gotta move it. Come on. Hey, the food? Okay, the food is done. Okay, everybody, I will be right back. I'm gonna get some food in my stomach, and we will continue working on these feathers. I'm sorry. I will just turn up the music for now. Let's see what time it is. 6:50. I should be back in about 10 minutes. So 7 o'clock Central Time. be 15 minutes. Okay, I is back. Oof. Had tasty, tasty chicken, which is funny because we're totally working on a chicken.
How ironic.
How? This is funny, yes. Even the alternative station is still kind of meh. I wish I remembered what I was listening to before, because it was really good, and I don't know what it was. They have polka. Oh no, why would you have elevator music on this? That's horrible. Let's try upbeat dance. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. That food was so good. We got some pre-seasoned like chicken thighs. Oh my god, they were so good. And then we had like leftover vegetables, asparagus and green beans, and Ian fried that up on a pan. Oh, that was such a good mix. I definitely want to do that again in the future. How can you be hungry after eating 3 thighs?
You're describing it.
But it was delicious. I had to let everybody know how delicious it was. And if it makes you hungry again, that means you know how delicious it was. You remember. Where my brain goes to freaking, The Last Unicorn, the skeleton, is like, you're dead, you can't drink wine. And it's like, yes, but I remember. I think this will work. My biggest question is blending these redder feathers into the more cream feathers. It will look good having just like a line of the red right there, or if I should like blend it more. The reason I'm using the pins is so I can brush the feathers down, or the fur down onto the feathers, and add in the next layer without worrying about the feathers getting knocked out. Because I tried doing this where I was just laying them on there, and then as soon as I tried to do like another layer of feathers, I could not like touch it because otherwise they just slip off. So that's why I'm using the pins and a brush. That was one of my like binge movies when I was a kid. Like I loved that movie. I couldn't even understand really what half of what was going on in it at the time. But, like, now that I'm older, and of course, watching it, I'm just like, oh my god. There was some horrible shit that was going on in this movie. How is this a kid's film? But there's a lot of movies made by the same guys. Like, Flight of Dragons. The Hobbit was also made by the same people. And they're just more, like, dark animations. But you think about it too, like, Land Before Time, well, that was also really dark, and like Fievel, or American Tail, and Fievel Goes West. Darker animations. Also, Ferngully would also be a classification in there too, I would think, because man, Hexus, when he was in skeleton form at the end, I couldn't even watch that when I was a kid. It scared me so much. Yeah, Flight of Dragons is so good. Oh, the music for it. It's a really crappy pin. I think it was absolutely covered in hot glue. Yeah, of course, when you're a kid, you have no idea what was going on with Bambi. The Rescuers! That's also another really dark film. That poor little girl. Hello! Welcome from Chile. I am in Texas. Which might as well be Florida, the weather we've been having. It's been like so nice this weekend. Especially with all the rain. It's like, my god. But again, I'm not gluing anything down yet. I'm just kind of pinning it to see what I want to do. With these transitions of colors, it's also why I'm not going all the way around, because I know the front is going to be all the cream color, so I'm not worried about it. I just really want to see if I can use these more reddish colors and then have it go into the more cream colored feathers. I think with this layer, I'm going to do like a mixture going with a red and then a cream and then a red. We're going to actually go start with cream. Thank you! Still very much a work in progress. So right now I'm doing a clump of the red feathers and then right after a clump of the blonde feathers just to see if it can look good and not look like a hot mess. I think it's looking pretty good right now. I might have to make more feathers. Now I'm seeing how fast I'm going through these. I might not have enough for the front of the head. Which is okay, I still have 2 more strings of feathers in the blondish red that I have not taken apart. I've already taken apart, I think, 3 strings of feathers to make these clumps. Yeah, this is working out. Give me a second. Let me finish this row. And I can show you what the face looks like. The face is not done yet. I still have to finish painting it. I'm just kind of taking a mental break from the paint job to figure out what I'm going to do because it's a little tricky. And I don't want to mess it up. I'm like really nervous about messing up the face. I've put so much work into it. This is how the front of the face is looking so far. Eyes are all covered up with painter's tape right now, so I don't risk any chance of damaging them while I work on the face. So like a silky chicken with all this fluff everywhere. This is supposed to come up here. But this is some of the painting I started doing with giving a little bit more of that like dryness between the little bumps. But it's like looking a little too white, so I have to kind of go back over the paint job and figure out what I'm doing, a little bit lessening it a bit more. But it's like got like floppy waddles. Everything is very like rubbery skin feeling tongue. Painting and like airbrushing, I'm really like more comfortable with, but when it has to be like hand detail painting, like I have to do on this head, and you have a very limited time to work with that paint before it like dries, it's very nerve-wracking. Because if you start adding too many layers on it, you're going to lose all that texture that you've worked on. I have a ton of texture on this, bunch of little bumps and like cracks and stuff like that, and I don't want it to get like hidden, like just to be gone. So I don't want all my hard work to be kaputs. I need more pins, I think. Okay, so I got 2 layers of red, and then start doing the blending of the beige red, or blonde red, with the red stripe. Oh, some of these I haven't even finished trimming yet. They still have all the extra glue on them. Thank you. If you have any questions at any point about the build of this project or something, just let me know. Okay. That's looking pretty good. I like having the stringies right here on the bottom. That looks really nice. Okay, so I think I got the basic gist of this. It's going to get a little more complicated when I get up here, because I'm actually going to have the feathers pointing towards the center. Chickens actually have like different sections of their heads, which feathers point different directions. So these ones here kind of come this way a little bit, but still go down. But then when you get up to this part, I call like the crown of the back of the head, they actually swoop inwards, and then these ones go forwards. It's like really cool. And it's something I really want to like replicate with the feather clumps. Okay, now I gotta take it all back off again. But at least I know I can actually use these pins to help hold the clumps together while I'm doing a row like this, so I don't have to sit and wait for the hot glue to cool down before I can keep working, which is nice. And also, like I said, I know some of these dark red strings, I didn't finish trimming them. So I gotta make sure those are trimmed, because otherwise those thicker sections might show up. That's not trimmed. 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 So pretty much all these ones on the bottom, I didn't finish trimming. What a pain in the butt. How dare I do this to myself? We'll trim these up real quick. I should also mention, when you're trimming hot glue, don't use your good pair of scissors. Use a crappy pair of scissors that you don't use for sewing, because you will regret it if you do. You'll never be able to get those blades as sharp as they were, even with sharpeners. It's just always good policy to have two pairs of scissors. Crappy pair of construction scissors and pair of sewing scissors. So I do apologize, it's not going to be like the most entertaining of streams, just because it's going to be a lot of very tedious feather placing. But, you know, you get those fun streams where you're building something, and you get those not so fun streams where you're having to do lots of tedious work like sewing, picking seams, or doing feathers, or shaving. I'm just going to get as much done as I can with the time that I have. I'm going to stop streaming, I think, about 9, which is about an hour and a half from now. All depends how I feel at that time. Be right back. I get some chapstick. Okay, so these are all trimmed now, so I'm going to go ahead and start taking the other feathers off, and we're going to start gluing them on. Oh, that one's not. I forgot some of the ones I put on here are also not trimmed. That's not trimmed. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just being kind of lazy. Like I said, I forgot the stream was going to happen, so I got out of my work clothes, which is just my jeans and whatever crappy shirt I don't care about, and got straight into my like pajamas and threw my Kigu on, and I'm like, I gotta go and do a stream, so I gotta go put a bra on. But I didn't feel like getting out of my Kigu. In case y'all didn't know, I love pushing. So where are some of these I didn't? This one's not trimmed. Just two. I might actually end up changing out of my Kigu because I'm feeling a little warm. Okay. Ugh. Let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a picture of my chickens and see what I gotta do here. There's one picture. No! Oh, stupid thing. How dare. Don't you hate when you like zoom into a picture and you have it like very close to exactly what you want it, and then you click the wrong spot on there, and then it just goes back to its normal state. Or like, ah, it's so annoying. Okay, got my chicken pictures up. Okay, so about right here it starts going more forward. These ones go straight down. And definitely right up here comes together. Well, the tips are going to have to go all the way until about right here, I think. Take like a little clip or something like that so I can mark where I need the tips to stop. About right there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna wet this down. I'm gonna do this on both sides so I can make sure that I divide off my sections. It's a little staticky in here because it's winter, so kind of have to do this in order to make sure it stays. No, it's not for Popeye's chicken. Oh, how's to the music. Should have put more water in this glass so it's easier to get the whole comb wet. Like, I'm sure this all looks really silly right now, but it does have a purpose. Yes and no. I don't make fully finished costumes full time anymore. It's kind of just a hobby now. But we do make fursuit parts and pieces that people can use to finish their own costumes. And that is my main line of work. That's my, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday job. But yeah, we provide like resin and flex foam bases for heads, claws, horns, hooves, noses, jaw sets, eyes, eyelids, stuff like that. Paw pads. So we used to do fully finished costumes all the time. Like when we first started out in 2011, as an official business, it was fully finished costumes. But as we are making those costumes, we were making, you know, unique parts for those costumes. And people were asking us, hey, would you sell this part to me? Or would you sell that part that you use for this costume? And after, she's barely even 2 years, people wanted the pieces more so than fully finished, so we decided to make a jump and make fully finished costumes a side thing and just focus on parts and pieces that people can use to build costumes from. So that's how that happened. Because I finished Toothless right before I moved down here. And even so, when I made costumes back then, they were just like for personal or like random commissions from people who saw my work and they wanted me to make a thing for them, so I did. So that was also a hobby. And I used to be in like cosplay competitions and more so in the side of like Japanese animation and cosplay conventions than I was in furries stuff. I didn't even know about furries until 2007. Like, I just enjoy making creature costumes. Like, that's my thing. I've always been a really big fan of, like, monster movies and sci-fi movies that had creatures in them and stuff like that, so I've always had a keen desire to make animals and creatures. And then I found out that people make costumes of them. I'm like, oh my god, that's amazing. I want to do this thing. I was a weird kid who always wanted to be a Jurassic Park raptor for Halloween, not a pretty princess or something. Look like I'm like combing a troll right now. Oh, thank you, Dark Moon. I know you're one of our main customers for werewolf pieces. I was hoping to work on a new werewolf costume or a new werewolf sculpture this last fall. It just ended up not happening. Haven't had any free time at the shop to sculpt things. It's too high up. Just trying to make sure that I'm getting the lines even. Is the center of the back, right there's center. Yeah, it's definitely a very unique opportunity. It just ended up being something that I did on the side for a hobby, and it just became so in demand that I was able to turn it into a full-time job. But a lot of that also has to do with staying busy, keep the drive, and keep creating new things. If you stagnate, you're not going to be able to succeed in an art business. You gotta always be creating something new and different. And also listen to the customers. Make changes and make things better for them. It probably wouldn't have worked out if I already didn't have a following of people who loved my work and had bought pieces from me to be able to support me in order to turn this to a full-time thing. But it's like, nowadays it's even more easy for anybody to start doing this kind of thing because there's just so much information out there online to be able to get started, and so many new resources that just weren't there whenever I started. Like, I literally only had resources from like Jim Henson Studios and behind the scenes of movies. There really wasn't very many fur suppliers. There wasn't that many like suppliers for feathers and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Thermoplastics. It's like everybody's like, oh, the thermoplastics and Avifloam are everywhere. When I started out, I was going to freaking hospitals looking for thermoplastics. The hospitals would use them to make temporary casts and bandages for people who break their arms and stuff. And of course, they won't sell it to you. And that's the only place I could think of that had something like that I needed. So... Oh god, this song sucks. That flute is horrible. Why? Stop. I used to be a clarinet player, so listening to that hurts. It's bad. So you do not know how to play that. Actually, I think it might have been more of a recorder than a clarinet. Further. Okay. Sorry and not sorry. just find it funny that, like, we originally designed that Worgen base to use to make our own Worgens, and we never did. Just ended up selling them, and everybody else made Worgens and stuff with them. Okay, I think this is pretty well divided now. Just double checking. This looks symmetrical. It's a little too sharp right here. A little dab of glue on here just so it does not move while I'm trying to work. This one over here pretty much follows that. This does not. What's going on here? I think I need to take a picture of this one side and then flip it. So I can make sure it matches. Okay, where's my camera? Fluff my band-aid. How do I flip? Nope. How do I flip? Oh, there we go. Okay. Save. Okay. Very close, but I see it right here. It needs to come up more. This needs a dip more. I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna actually hairspray this a little bit, just to make sure this all stays put until I am ready to come over here and comb it back out. I do not want this to get all messed up. Spent way too much time dividing this off. And this pretty much this is the division for all the sections that I need to do besides the chest. And the chest can be just done separately, so I'm not that worried about it right now. The nice thing about fur is you can pretty much treat it like synthetic hair for wigs. So you can use the same products. Just wetting this really good. I will have to flip this back upwards when I want to start gluing the feathers in, so that's why it's important that I do get this all in place. Okay. Oh, where's my hairspray? Where did I put it? So, one of my favorite hairsprays to use is Ray 4 hairspray. There's a really good hold to it. It's not sticky. I like to use this a lot of my wigs, as well as styling hair for some crazy character. Or crazy hair for like fursuits and stuff and mascot costumes. It has a really strong hold until you brush it out. So that's why it's really nice. And it smells good too. Like I say, I'm just giving it quick mist. Just gonna kind of pat it. Super Saiyan chicken. It does make your fingers sticky, so I need to go wash my hands after I do this, so I don't have feathers sticking to me once it dries. But once the fur dries, it won't be sticky. It's just from your hands still being wet. Okay. Okay, move the water aside. I just washed my hands here and I'm touching it again because I'm touching it. Whew. Hello! Like my Super Saiyan chicken? Well, I'm working on a chicken head, and I am styling the fur that I'm using for the base in the pattern that chicken feathers grow. So I'm kind of like dividing them off. Like here's like the cheek kind of area. This is the top of the head. This is the back of the head. And I'm going to be adding some like darker tip feathers, which are only going to be in this back area. So I'm kind of making like an outline of where I'm going to have that pattern of feathers go. So it's only going to go to here. And about the last 2 inches of this is going to be like just plain these lighter color feathers. But for this section down here, which is about 4 to 6 inches of it, I'm going to have a mixture of these really bright reds and the cream. It's going to be this like, whole fading thing where it's going to go from the reds in the back to the cream to this line. It's kind of complicated to talk about, but I had to overcomplicate it because I know it's going to make a huge difference whenever this thing is feathered and all the feathers are actually going in the direction they're supposed to go based on the type of bird it is. But yeah, once this section is like done, then I'll be working on just doing this color for this section and then up here in the front, and then as well as the cheek fluffs, which are kind of buried right now under where I pushed all this fur out of the way. So it looks kind of crazy looking right now, but trust me, it's for a reason. I was gonna put clips, but then I was like, I could just mush the hair out of the way and then hairspray it and then it'll stay. So I don't have to do that. And then I don't have to worry about losing where my patterns are, and I can make sure everything's like pretty symmetrical. And it's still like a little bit off here and there, but it's a chicken. They're not meant to be symmetrical. Okay, so now I can work on getting this fur down here prepped. Just like everything this weekend, and my project is taking way longer than I expect them to. Didn't get as much of my barn built today as I was hoping, because I kind of brain farted on how to do the damn roof. I gotta do some more research and then redraw out my layout because I made adjustments. I added on an extra 8 feet, and now that's kind of switched a lot of things around for me. I just gotta rethink things. It made it so much easier when there's actually water and it's not so staticky. Okay. I don't want to join! When I start doing crazy butterfly patterns, then you can smack that badge on me. Or insane stripies or something, or rosettes. Of course, I kind of already did that with my own personal suit. I did 102. That was simplifying the design. Might actually end up moving this camera over here so it's at a better angle. Yes, I do. I can choose whether or not to join. Sorry, give me a second, guys. Gotta readjust this camera. That way you can actually see more of what I'm doing from 2 angles. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Now, so we see my mic is right there. Hello, Sithary. It's been a while. that's right. Okay, here we go. We're going to start adding the feathers. Oh man, this is the scary part. It's time. Thank you. Yeah, this has been a project, let me tell you. I was originally thinking it was going to take me maybe 2 months to 3 months to do when I took it on back in May. Boy, was I wrong. Of course, I also ended up going like insane with details on this. Like, I wanted to push my abilities and learn new things with this project. And I'm so happy that Curlworks is so amazing to work with and so open to trying different things. I wouldn't say I'm an expert at this. This is the first time that I've applied feathers like this. I definitely recommend still doing a fur hood like this because it gives you a lot of room to like add in feathers but still have that nice like fluffiness, almost like the fur almost acts like down feathers. So get a fur that's similar to the color you're going to be working with. Ravens, very easy, just do black. Like I said, and preemptively doing the clumps like I did here is going to make a big difference too, because you get to pick out the feathers you want to use, and you also make sure all the feathers are going the right direction, and the tops are showing, not the bottoms. Because when you get those like feather boas, like they are all different directions, and you can have some really crappy feathers in there. Like I just had piles of feathers that I'm just throwing to the trash because they're all beat up, or they have some like weird residue on them, or they were just all chopped up. So yeah. Yeah, I saw your 3-layered horsetail. I was there for one of your streams. You were working on that mess of fluff. Yes, these are real feathers. They came from a company that goes through the process of washing them. They're from chickens that were used for meat. So you can say, quote unquote, they are humanely harvested because the animal's already dead. But they go through a process where they preemptively clean everything. Like, these are natural feathers, so they're not dyed in any way, but they do provide a huge range of dyed feathers as well. Yes, that was part of the main craziness. Yes. I used to buy from Rainbow Feathers a long time ago, but I now buy from somebody new. Let me see. You think I would remember by now how many times I've ordered from them at this point. Between this project, well, chicken feathers, and the Hawks cosplay wings that I've done. You think I'd remember, but no, I don't. It's been months since I ordered from them, so. I'm not going to use my computer to look it up because I don't want to overload it. Let's use my phone. I have a lot of like alpaca, llama, and goat stuff on here right now. Moonlight Feathers. Moonlight Feathers is who I've been ordering from as of late, and they have a huge selection of feathers in bulk, which is a lot cheaper. And like they have all different species of feathers, so it's really, really, really nice. Like they got ostrich, goose, chicken, guinea feathers, peacock, turkey, pheasant, and of course they come in like all different kinds of like striping and rings, and it's really, really nice. Like, I wish Rainbow Feathers had this kind of selection back in the day when I was making DN Angel cosplay wings. Big set of black wings and a big set of white wings. And all I had was turkey and chicken feathers, I think, back then. Yeah, but you also have that really pretty black iridescent feathers that are amazing. I very much enjoy it whenever you dress up as Billy. You seem to have so much fun in that costume. You're such a little troll. Like I said, it's taken me, yeah, moonlightfeather.com. Thank you. Yeah, it is taking me weeks to get these feathers prepared. But it is so worth it, because then when you're actually ready to attach them, like I am right now, it's just as simple as gluing them on. And they're already beautiful, so you know they're good. The bases are all nice and flat and trim, so you don't have to worry about anything poking out, like the quills and stuff. Because the quills can actually be like, you know, it might not seem like much, but I have an extra 1/4 to 1/3 of an inch of quill. Trying to put that onto a hood can be really like pokey and not so cool. So it does make a big difference not having them attached. And also you remove all like the weird little down feathers and stuff they tend to have in the feather boas to kind of fill them out. I think they're cheating when they do that, honestly. And also, and whenever you have those, if you don't remove those little like down feathers, like they're itty bitty little feathers, like they're under an inch long, they just poof everywhere. So you'll end up having feathers all over the place. You'd be molting, which is, I guess, is very much in the bird thing. But you'll be molting feathers everywhere, and people are going to hate you for that, so it's best just to kind of remove them. Yes, I do know that I could, like, sew these in, but with the type of hot glue that I use, it's not going to go anywhere. And I have this fur separated, so I'm actually gluing to the backing of the fabric. So trust me, they are on there. You might lose a feather here and there. It just kind of comes to territory when you're using real feathers. But it's going to take a long time for that to happen. Okay, I got 3 clumps on this side and 3 clumps on this side. So now I'm going to start doing the transition from the beige on the corners here to the stripies. I'm going to do one more on this side, just kind of even it out. Because right now I got these feathers going out the side, so now I'm going to kind of transition them more going straight down. If it makes it easier to see, if you want, I can lower this camera down and bring it closer, if you guys think that'd be better. Just let me know. Yeah, this is, oh, I freaking hate Walmart hot glue. No, we use industrial stuff called Tough Tack from gluesticks.com. We buy it in pounds. But yeah, it's this kind of like yellowish color. This stuff is super, super tacky. It's high temperature only, and it will glue metal to plastics. Like, it's that kind of hot glue. If you wash this, granted, you wouldn't throw it in a washing machine. You'd use a green machine to kind of clean it. But if you use that, it's not going to cause the glue to get gunky. It's not going to come out. It's permanent. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of different transitions and different layers. I'm doing a very small section here with the red feathers. The next layer, I'm going to have them kind of fan out a little bit further. This line here is my guide of how I want that to move. They're not necessarily going all the way to that line. That's just my, like, point of reference. I'm just kind of working on the back right now, but then I will move on to the shoulders and go more this way. But for right now, I'm just kind of focusing right here. We're going to add these reds. Yeah, it'll still work. Oh yeah. I mean, even though I am adding hot glue, there is like a space about 1 inch between each one of these. And like I said, I still have the fabric underneath. So you can feel a little bit of hard areas here. But once the fur's all laid down and you start petting this, you're not going to feel that glue anywhere underneath. Like, you'd have to seriously like squeeze this to feel any of the clumps. And if you think about it with bird feathers, the bases of their feathers are really stiff. They do not feel nice when you dig your fingers down into their feathers. Trust me, I know. I know from my chickens. Yeah. That was, I ended up burning my fingers a little bit when I was doing these feather clumps because I had to do it in a big like goo pile. But I would do like 3 little goo piles, and then I would take my clump of feathers and kind of put it into the glue pile and do that 3 times, and then I would push the glue down, and that gave me enough time so my fingers didn't get burnt. Because this stuff gets so hot that it was actually melting my silicone pad that I was using. This pad right here, see how it's got like hot glue on it? This thing has got divots in it from the hot glue. You can see it right there. See that right there where that little beam of light is? That's a divot in my silicone cup holder. Because the hot glue got so hot, it actually like deformed my silicone. Yeah, my poor Pusheen. But these things work the best for working with hot glue. So I tend to use them a lot for squishing hot glue. Oh, you're doing a Tokoyami too? Yeah, this is super stiff. This is not flimsy. Yeah, usually I use it to hold my like cold drinks, but That is true, but I don't have any of those at home. I don't do silicone at home. It's all at the shop. Boop, boop. I mean, you do what you do. I mean, I use my old silicone eyeball molds for leveling out, or not leveling, but tipping some of my molds, like my claw molds and stuff. And then I use it for like pressuring on other molds. So, if you have something laying around, you're not really using it for its designated purpose, I don't see why not. Oh, cool. I want to see pictures. I just had somebody asking me about Tokoyami head they're asking about using our small, old school predator bird. And I'm like, well, somebody has actually done this. And I sent them a picture. Somebody else has used it. And, yeah, they used fur, and then they had it translated into feathers, and it looks really cool. Very realistic. I mean, personally, I like taking that kind of blend between, like, anime and realistic, so I like using, like, 3D, toony, crisp eyes, and, then adding some extra, like, realistic features to it, as far as, like, textures. Because then it still stays true to, like, the design of the character. That's just me, though. I've been wanting to make a Tokoyami head, and I was kind of trying to get one of my friends to be Tokoyami, and I'd be like, yeah, I'll make a Hawks, and I can make you a Tokoyami head because I want to. But we never found anybody who wanted to play Tokoyami, so I was like, much sad. And then, of course, pandemic happened, and SakuraCon got canceled, and all that woo. Everybody was grinding so hard in March, and then that happened. Because my friends now tell me that we have a Kirishima in our group. I'm like, yoo, cool. Oh, I don't know if I may have missed it in the chat. Did you guys want me to move this camera closer? I probably should do that anyways, just so you can see better. Alright. Alright. And I can also zoom in. Try to position it so the stand is not in my way, so I don't bump it. There, is that a little bit better? Oh, I had a spicy. There we go. That should be better. I just gotta be careful what I do with my chair. Cool beans. I will continue to work then. All the feathers. I really feel like I need to like put something under here just to keep this in place. Let's see, what do I got? Some long things. This is precisely why I'm going to make my own mannequins, so they have shoulders. There we go. That works. Alright, is that better? Now you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Instead of just seeing feathers moving around and my hands moving around. It's so hard, like, to get, like, the whole spec of, like, everything out on the table and then also be able to see up close. So I try to have 2 cameras going at once. So you can see different angles. This one needs to not be a bottom one. I really need to do is get like a light for that stand too. So it like zooms in here and has light shining on. There we go, that's a good one. No, actually, there's not that many seams on this head. There's a seam right here in the center. There's a seam going right here for this neck. There's a seam here on the side. There's a seam around the cheek puffs, which is actually more forward. It's like, it's a whole Mod Podge of pieces, but where my separation is not where the seams are. I have this separation to separate out the different sections of a chicken's head where the feathers grow in different directions, and also I'm adding these red feathers. This line is a point of reference for me to know where I want that like marking of feathers to fan out from, because it's going to concentrate into a triangle in here from here, and I'm going to blend those edges with these like red blonde feathers. So yeah, it's going to kind of do both. Like right now, the red's very concentrated right here. I'm going to go out, and then we'll go up, if that makes sense. Whoop, 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 whoop. Losing my feathers. You have to give me a second so I can do a copy paste. Let me finish this line here and then I'll look at it. So, Key, you know how we played Phasmophobia last night? Yeah, I didn't get to sleep till 3:30 this morning. I kept freaking myself out. I love that game so much. It makes me so scared. Like, I have, like, 2 black hoodies hanging up on my door in my room, and I couldn't look at them because I kept, like, seeing scary shapes. Wish my imagination wouldn't run off with me. Yeah. I told my mom, like, yesterday, I was like, Mom, I'll call you at 10 so I can talk to you, because I'm, like, really booked up on Sunday with a bunch of things to do. And then I had like message her at like 3 o'clock in the morning, like, Mom, I haven't gone to bed yet. It's like, can I call you at 11, please? Love you. Oh my god, that'd be so cool. So are they adding a whole apartment building? Like all separate like apartment rooms? That'd be cool. It's so good though, you should anyways. It's so much fun to play with your friends. There we go, 1 layer so far. Just for the back. Oh, look how pretty that is. It's so pretty! Hard work is finally paying off. Okay, let's see if I can steal this link. Copy. Paste. Enter. Oh, cool! Yeah, you actually used the predator bird base too. Yeah, that's gonna look so good. You did exactly what I was talking about. You did the blend of the anime style eyes with some realistic features. That looks good. Very cool. Well, you could play during the daytime or not as late at night. I personally just don't have free time to play games until like usually after 9 or 10 o'clock. Right now, prime example. It's like, I got this morning, I talked to my mom, I went to Lowe's, I got wood, I got back, I sold some tires to somebody from Facebook, and then I was working on building a barn for the rest of the day until I got inside. Then we had, I started streaming, and then we had dinner. And I'm still streaming, and I'll be streaming until 9 o'clock. 9:30-ish, and then maybe I get to play some video games. Oh, that would be creepy. Like, I'm personally not affected by the carnivals, but I know some friends that get freaked out with spooky carnivals. My friend Angie is one of those people, Ciara, that works for DVC as well. Where did I put my comb? There it is. She does not like clowns. I think what I'm gonna end up doing, I think I'm just gonna continue. Well, actually no, because I can do this on another layer where I'm more up here. So I don't worry about that. Start brushing some of the fur down. I don't know why, but I'm hungry again. I should not be hungry. Just had 2 giant thighs. And you put crack in that chicken because I'm hungry again. I don't know if he heard me. He might have his headphones on. Honestly, I'm just happy that they're like going the route they did with that game. It's like there really hasn't been any games like that yet. That's why it's so much fun. Like, yeah, the ghosts can be kind of predictable sometimes, But then other times, like, you think you know what ghost it is, and it'll do a thing, you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely this kind of ghost, and you end up finding out it's not that ghost. Like, that game last night, that last game we played, holy crap, that ghost would not give us any slack. Like, he started hunting every 10 seconds in the prison. It barely gave us enough time to actually even get to the block, to put down some kind of equipment, to figure out what kind of ghost it was. And that was the first time that I've ever had to, like, outrun a ghost. Like, I haven't played very much, but just trying to outrun it in the same block and not have it kill you and not run into, like, a dead end, that was so hard. It was so scary. He wanted my ass so bad. He was hunting me. It was very mean. I'm surprised that everybody didn't die, honestly. And we figured out what it was. It was so aggressive. And I feel so bad you died in the bathroom. Like, I didn't even know you were dead. Actually, I want to use some of these feathers, I think, on the edges. These ones here are a blend of the, actually, I was just plain red. These are a blend of, like, the stripy furs as well as some of the blonde reds. The stripies might be a little too distracting, honestly. Or I'll add them. Stay. I need to do airbrushing on the face. I won't be doing any airbrushing on the feathers, because they honestly don't need it. But yeah, they'll definitely be airbrushing on the face, and I'll do some, like, transitional airbrushing into the feathers. I'm going to try something new with the fleshy parts, and I did a test, and it worked out really well. But basically, it's like hair punching, and I'm going to do, like, tufts of fur. I'm going to hair punch them into the rubber, and I'm going to put a little dab of super glue to hold them in place. It's going to be very tedious, but the overall effect is going to look like pin feathers and have it blending into the fur and blending into the individual feathers, which would be right around the face. Like, it's going to be really tedious, but it's going to be worth it. Yeah, the face is very much a work in progress right now. I'm just kind of, like, intimidated by trying to paint it, honestly. I really, really, really don't want to mess it up, and I haven't been able to, like, to experiment with anything on the side. I might have to make a little Ava foam slab with the same texture that's on this chicken and do the same finishing techniques, just so I can play around with different color ideas. I think we do a section of blonde right here. I'm actually going to take the top of my key glue off, but I do have a shirt underneath, don't worry. I'm not stripping in front of the camera. Just a little too warm. Yeah. I am doing that on my barn build outside today too. I got to a point where I wasn't happy where it was going, so I stopped so I could like just think about it and kind of replan things out again, because it wasn't going as planned. And I'm like, I don't want to rush this. Just give me some time to think about it, and I'll pick it back up again. I don't want to screw this up, because if you mess up the structure, then everything after that's going to be a pain in the butt. Why am I hungry? I should not be hungry. But yeah, Key, this station we're listening to right now, this is Pretzel Rocks, and it has the YouTube safe button on it, so there's no copyright claim thingies being played. It's all original songs by artists and that stuff. This is turning out so pretty! Eee! I think I need to do is I need to kind of flip back and forth on this to make sure I'm doing the same thing on both sides. I feel that. Sometimes you have to work on multiple projects at once, because when you get stuck on one and you know you can jump onto another one and not worry about being stuck, it helps. Okay, where is that? Okay. I need one of these feathers. Like, quite honestly, I have about 3 projects going on right now. I've got the chicken, I've got the hawk's wings, which I end up selling, the ones that I was working on, and I gotta build a harness and a frame for that. Well, it has a wing frame, but it needs a base frame, like the backpack thing. I got all the straps and stuff like that in just last week. And then I have the Trico head, which is another project that I've been gathering parts and pieces for. And I gotta start painting the eyes and painting the horns and all that kind of stuff and putting that together. So I kind of have multiple things, it's just I haven't had very much time to do art. Because I've been focusing in my like daylight hours on weekends on working outside on my property. Because I kind of was slack on that for a couple months. I really just need to pick it back up again. Okay, so I have one of those, and I had another one of these, and then I had a blonde. Get one with stripies on it. There we go. Strip corn. Yeah, another Trico. back in July, I needed to pay taxes, and I did not have the spare money to cover taxes. So I ended up selling a whole bunch of fur, and I sold my one Trico base that I started working on, and I sold it to somebody so they could finish it themselves, and then somebody else was asking about a Trico, if I could make a fully finished hero Trico head. And I was like, well, I have this base, but then this other person wanted the base. So these two people are fighting for this one base. I was like, okay, here. How's this? I will sell the base as is to the other person who wants the base, and then I will make another base, and I will finish it for you as a fully finished Trico, because I really need the money! I didn't want to take on any more projects this year, but, you know, he's been really understanding. I've been keeping him updated with things, and, you know, I explained about the delay that was going on because this chicken project took way longer than I expected it to. And thankfully he's been really nice about it. But I gotta really start grinding the stone soon and getting more art done. But now that my area here is pretty organized, I have a wall behind me, keeps the cats out. Because they've been really bad about getting into my feathers. And getting hold of bags and tearing the bags open and destroying the feathers. So I've had to do some rearranging of my craft room because it used to be in a separate room. Now it's kind of like the dining room and it's been closed off. Because I was having a really hard time concentrating in that room just because it was so enclosed. I had a hard time making space for large projects like working on the wings. So I was like, okay, I really gotta do something. I gotta change some things around to make this work better, because this situation is not working for me right now. It's not working for my creativity. So, yeah, I took the time to, you know, move everything out here, get everything reset up, reorganized. Then I had a problem with my computer. My computer has been freezing on me and then not starting up properly, so I had to get that looked at from Geek Squad. And now that I know it's probably the power supply or the CPU dying, my computer is going to need a new overhaul. But it still works for now. I just have to turn it off a special way. So yeah, there's just been a lot of stuff that's been going on this year. 2020, it's a sucky year for creativity in general. It's been really hard to stay focused. With everything that's been going on. I've just been kind of just working on my property and working out, you know, doing work at work. It just hasn't left me very much time to just be creative at home. I come home and I'm pretty burnt out. So I could work during the week on, you know, these projects, but I get home and all I want to do is just eat some dinner and then just lay down and watch a movie or play a game or something just to kind of veg out. So really it's only on the weekends that I work on art projects. And that's on the evenings after the sun's gone down and I can't work outside anymore. I'm glad you're excited. It's always good to be excited about a project. Helps keep your drive. Whoop. Do you mean a new build like a computer, or a new build as in a building? I have a lot of really techie computer friends that build their own machines from scratch, so it's not that I don't have the resources, it's just it's expensive. My initial computer here that I got built back in 2012, yeah, it's the same computer I'm using right now. I think I spent $1,200 on the build plus the monitors and all the doodads and so on and so forth. And to rebuild it with the parts that I need so everything's updated, I think it's going to be somewhere around like $600 because I'm going to need a new CPU, a new motherboard, a new power source. But my graphics card and my DVD, Blu-ray, all that stuff's good. My fans are good, of course. You know, the shell is good. It's not a very big shell, but I'm fine with that. I don't need this ginormous fucking 24 by 24 by 36 inch tower. Because it's actually a computer desktop and not a laptop. I have a lot of ability to update it. So I just got a new graphics card for it and a new DVD, Blu-ray just a few years ago. So those are still good. It's just right now my money is kind of focused on outdoor stuff. So building a barn, and bringing in goats and a llama. And also working on my chicken coop on making it more, not so much chicken friendly, but give my chickens more things to entertain themselves with in there, because I'm not going to be letting my silkies out to run around as much as I used to. I have lost way too many birds to who knows what kind of creatures out here. And I'm tired of losing birds. I'm down to 7 silkies. That's really bad. So I really want to enrich their environment so when they are in their big run, they've got roosts and the cabbage piñata and swings and all these kinds of things. You might think I'm silly and I'm crazy, but chickens really do enjoy these things. I just really haven't updated their run since I moved out here. That's why I just been kind of letting them run around. But too many things want to eat them, so that's going to stop. Like, something killed one of my silkies just a couple nights ago, and I went to go lock up the dog kennel, which is their run. It's all metal. And due to a windstorm, the chicken coop door was shut, so the silkies were just lost. Like, they couldn't go to bed, so they didn't know what to do, so they kind of were just piled up on the ramp, piled up underneath the chicken coop. One was sitting right in the, like, opening as a little gray blob. I thought it was a rock. And I'm like, I don't remember a rock being there. We don't have rocks in Texas. And this is like before 9 o'clock. This is before 9 p.m. And something had grabbed one of my really pretty orange silkies. And she was gone. There was just... I looked all over. I could not find her. Next day I found feather puffs. And I'm like, great. Something killed my bird before 9 p.m. Like, the possums don't come out until 11. So I'm pretty sure it was a cat that did it. It's either a cat or an owl, but the fact that I found the feather poofs underneath of my trailer and then a trail of them going to where the barn is going to be, I'm pretty sure it was a cat. In case you don't know, I don't have any outdoor cats. This is other people's cats. All my cats are indoor only. So it just makes me really, really upset that somebody else's animals killing my animals and they don't care. Anyways, I'm done ranting with that. Sorry about that. Yeah, but they usually don't come out until later. That's the thing. It was just so early of a time that most of those animals don't come out until later on. Like, I've seen coyotes, but coyotes can't jump over my fence right now. Ooh, this is a really pretty clump. Filling that space nice. And I've had a problem with cats. So, I've had it happen at Gold Hill too. I lived in a cul-de-sac. A cat came over the fence during the daytime and killed my rooster and tried dragging him out underneath of the fence, and he was too big. So, and that happened broad daylight. That happened in the daytime while I was at work. And he was my last silky cochin rooster of that line. So I was really, really upset. And he was a super sweet rooster too. He was so friendly. He never attacked anybody. He protected the girls. Always alerted when there was trouble. So I'm glad he did his job and protected the hens, but at the same time I was really, really sad to find that he was killed. Like, Angie told me while I was at work this happened. Oh, really? Well, I know we have a lot of bunnies on our property. And a lot of bunnies have gone missing lately, too. I have found little bunny tufts. But no bunnies. This is the reason why I very much want to get a guard llama for my goats. Because even though my neighbors haven't had any problems, which are right next to me, I seem to be a little bit cursed on my property with my livestock being eaten. So I want to take all precautions. I'm almost considering getting a livestock dog just to have on my property. Just a big dog, just to run around my 2-acre property and just keep any bad critters out. Because I've also had a problem with pit bulls coming on my property, and they attack each other out there on the street, so I'm pretty damn sure they'll attack my dogs and attack my animals on this property. So my dogs were barking today, and it was after the person came from Facebook to grab the tires, and my dogs are freaking out, and I'm thinking, oh my god, the front gate is open, I haven't gone to shut it yet, because there's people left. So I started running towards my driveway from the back of my house with a hammer in my hand, ready to beat the crap out of a dog on my property. And ended up finding out it was my neighbors coming down the driveway with their truck. And they come in, they say to me, it's like, what are you planning to do with a hammer? I'm like, I thought you were a pit bull. I couldn't hear your truck. My dogs are freaking out, so I thought it was a big dog coming on my property, and I was about to protect. Especially because I had my chickens out at the time, too, so I did not want anything getting my chickens. Didn't want to give them a chance. So pretty. I'm happy to finally be in this process of the build. I really am. I feel like it's been so long. Okie dokies. Oh, my neck. Okay, so these feathers need to start going forward. I don't think they are feeding the cats by me. That's the problem. Like, I ended up catching this, like, gray tabby cat in our live trap. Because I was trapping possums. And he was, like, the sweetest cat. Like, he was just doing that cute little, like, purr meow. And even though he was in a trap, like, he was doing this. And then... Because at the time, I was at work, Riley found him in the trap. She's like, what do I do? And I'm like, well, just let him out. It's like, he's obviously not, like, an aggressive cat or an unloved cat to say, because he's social. So just let him out. I said, we're trying to catch possums, not cats. But there's a lot of other cats, like just a black cat, and there is a big orange tabby cat that come on my property. And the black cat I have seen hunt the birds that I have. I have a bird feeder outside my window for my cat that help, you know, cat TV. So I know those cats have been hunting birds. So my silky chickens are very small. So they're not that much bigger than a robin or a pigeon. So I honestly would not be surprised if they do go after my chickens. I have not seen it with my own eyes, but like I said, I would not be surprised if that was the case. And I do know we have bobcats. So I know we have skunks, bobcats, possum, coyotes. I'm pretty sure there are, like, weasels out here, but I have not seen any traces of them, and I do know what they're, like, to say what their marks look like if they're in the area. So I do not know if we have any weasels. Because if we did, I'm pretty sure one of them would have dug underneath of my chicken run by now. And I have not had that problem. Go a little bit further down here. I feel like this needs a clump right here. Too long. Make a shorter one. I know I got a shorty clump around here somewhere. Gotta work. Whoops. Oh, there goes my pin. You need to stay so I know where my shoulders are. Yeah, we don't have anything big around here. Coyote is really the biggest one. I have heard cougars, but I don't really know if that's exactly my area or more of like the mountainous regions. I just know from like living up north that they're more like mountainous area. But I know we have white-tailed deer in the area. They're just much smaller than their northern cousins. We've actually, we've gone, walking Euless Park, which is an hour or so east of here. And we'd always go there to, like, go bike riding and walk our dogs and stuff like that. And literally as we enter one of the trails, there was a bobcat that goes walking along, like, walking straight across the path from one part of the forest to the other. And man, that bobcat was eyeing up my friend's chihuahua. I told him, like, Fred, pick up your chihuahua. That cat is eyeing her up. So as soon as he picked up the chihuahua, the cat like stopped, like he stood in the middle of the sidewalk staring at the chihuahua. And the chihuahua wasn't barking or anything. And then I was like, pick her up. And then as soon as he picked her up, then he just continued on his walk across the path. Like, people and their dogs and bike riders just all standing there waiting for this bobcat to, like, continue on his way. And he just like, aw, man, there goes my breakfast. Darn human picked it up. I haven't heard any bobcat yowls out here, though. Only coyotes. Lots and lots of coyotes. She was a really tiny chihuahua, though. She was like only 5 pounds. Tiny, super tiny chihuahua. We used to call her desk ornament because he had a little bed set up on his desk and that's where she would be. Like, she was so small when she was a baby. He actually got her one of those, like, rainbow patterned guinea pig beds. Like, they're really, really small. Like, an 8-inch dinner plate small. Until she was finally, like, big enough to be in a normal sized dog bed. Actually, I think he got her a cat bed. It wasn't even a dog bed. She's so tiny. It is. I've heard it. It doesn't sound like something that should come out of that animal. Okay, shoulders are fluffed. I'm going a little bit longer on this stream just because I had to take a break earlier and I'm finally making some progress. So I'm going to finish this line of feathers here and then I think I'm going to call it a night. Because I want to play some video games. Really wish I had shoulders. I might have to duct tape something. Keep this shape more. Okay, so I have the reds to start there. Bobcat paws aren't as big as some other cats. Like a lynx got really big paws in proportion to their weird long bodies. I could probably get away with actually spacing these out a bit more too. I'm kind of doing a lot of overlapping. I mean, it's an inch difference between where I glued the other ones. you switched your screen name. I was looking for rainbow fish. Hi, Mom. There's a lot longer clump. There we go. Thanks. Gosh, that was so long ago. I think that was 2009 or 10? It's either 9 or 10. That's so long ago. It's really crazy to think about, like, starting out and, you know, the costumes I made back then, and people still follow me from way back then. Oh my gosh. I ended up meeting up with a guy at, I think it's Texas Furry Fiesta, and he's been following me since my cosplay days of, like, making, like, Kilala and, like, Cloud and other, like, cosplays I did, and why I just do weapons. I'm like, oh my god. You've been following me since high school, pretty much. That is crazy to think. I really don't think there's ever going to be a point that I stop making costumes, but as you noticed, it's definitely less than what I used to do. Just because I have, like, so many other, like, obligations now. It's like when I lived in an apartment, I lived with my, you know, family and stuff like that. It really wasn't too much for me to do. But now running my own business and working on my house and stuff like that, I've got a lot of stuff going on. It's a lot easier to apply the feathers when I get to the back here because I have the mannequin underneath. So I can just, I don't have to put my hand underneath for support. Yeah, that doesn't match very well. There's a dog. What you want, dog? You're clickety clacking and you're gonna make me feel old. Oh god, DA. That's a long. If you say live journal, whew. Live journal. So long ago. Live journal and cosplay.com. That is where I started. DA was a little bit after. Oh my gosh. Kids be like, what are those? Well, either way, I appreciate you guys are still following me. I'm glad that the stuff that I make is still entertaining. Oh, wow. Yeah, you got that really late on. My live journal was like 2002 for me. Live journal at Cosmo.com was back in 2002. It's so soft. Oh my gosh, look at this fluff. Aw, thank you. Whoops. Please stop falling. Actually, this is keeping it shaped now, full of feathers. It was only a matter of time. Hello! How about this? I'll keep streaming for another 20 minutes. And I'll call it a night at 10. I'm gonna get the next layer here started. Oh, my hip. Ow. Oh my goodness. You're so young. Yeah, I was 17 years old. In 2002. Just got my first car. It's really awesome. It really is to see so many people still here, still around. I've always been a really big fan of just pushing the envelopes. Like, I'll see people do stuff and I'll be like, but you could do so much more. And trust me, it does get to a point where I want to pull my hair out too and be like, why did I do this to myself? But if you can get it to work, it's just so good. It's worth it. I like the satisfaction of doing something that somebody hasn't tried yet. I've always been really big about just being a inventor to say and coming up with new ideas. I don't like to stagnate. I mean, even with this chicken project, like, things you're not seeing, things I've done differently, like the padding inside the head. I did a new thing for doing the padding, and I'm really liking it, so I'm thinking for, like, future projects where I'm doing, like, not super thick padding, I'm doing this thing from now on. And I've been doing, like, reticulated foam padding instead of doing solid core foam, so the padding breathes better. No, don't say that! I've already got some gray hairs popping up. And I don't dye my hair anymore so I can see them. And
What's up?
the chicken was cursed.
What happened?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry?
I'm hungry.
How's that a curse?
Because I shouldn't be hungry. It's like Chinese food for some reason.
Well, you woke up an appetite today.
I know, I shouldn't be hungry.
Eat.
No.
Yes.
I'm working on chicken.
I command you to eat.
No.
I order you to eat.
Hell to the no.
As your roommate, if you do not eat, the consequences will never be the same.
I will have a parfait.
That's acceptable.
After chicken.
Or, you got ice cream in there still, too.
Yeah, but parfait. I got those berry mix. I gotta eat those berries before they go bad.
Make a little ice cream parfait, whatchamacallit.
No, because I have chocolate ice cream.
Oh.
And then you could join me on parfait. You're gonna finish those berries.
I don't know if I'm as hungry as you. I didn't have 3 pieces of the chicken.
Yeah, but that's only 1 piece more than me, so therefore you should be hungry.
Exactly like.
It's not double the amount of food that I ate, so therefore you should be hungry.
I see.
I'm not wrong.
You're not correct either.
I am totally correct. Yeah, but I do also agree that some people have a style, so they tend to keep along that style because that's what people want. Like, I've never personally had a style. So even like with my sculpting, like doing the resin blanks and stuff like that, I had to create a style for myself because all of my sculptures were so different from one another because I kept trying out new things. I was like, okay, I need to create a style because I don't want it to come down to a case where somebody thinks I'm copying them. I want to do something that somebody hasn't done before. So I had to do something. But it does make it easier, I will say that, especially if you're doing a lot of different species, to only switch key features. Like, I have the very similar, like, the eye style for my masks are all very similar. And then the cut lines for the hinges are all very similar. So the back of the head stays the same. I only really change the forward part of the face depending on the species of the animal. So I can see it from both sides, really. But I do appreciate people who have a style and they push their boundaries and try something different, like doing a really extreme shape. Like that really, that's why I like to see. I think I'm just going to do just the back for this section. I'm not going to do the shoulder because I need to start filling this out more. Just going to have it stop there. How much is there? Inch. Go a little bit further apart. Like I've been very much loving some of the like extreme toony styles that I've been seeing lately. Like I do still love realistic suits, but I just don't see many of them anymore, and it makes me really sad. Because being able to pull off a truly realistic creature is so hard. Like, it really is so hard. If I could see somebody do, like, from scratch, a taxidermy quality, like, head, that just blows my mind. Like, I look at all the details, I'm just like, how'd they do it? Like, how'd they get it from that realm of being fake to super, like live animal realistic? Yeah! Like solving puzzles. The only thing that sucks though is I really can't like say my ideas publicly anymore like I used to. Like I used to stream and talk about new ideas that I wanted to try doing. Yes, I love City Mutt's extreme edgy style that she's incorporated into her stuff now. It's very much her. I love that. But yeah, I can't talk about my ideas openly anymore because people were actually taking my ideas and then inventing the thing before I've had a chance to do it because I have so little time to be able to create new things. Like, I gotta say, I really took advantage of the pandemic when everybody was like mandatory shutdown. Like, I sculpted this shit for those couple of weeks. Like, I made so many new sculptures that I've been wanting to do in like remodels of shapes that I had, but I didn't get much of a chance to create like new ideas, and I've got a couple that I want to test out, but I can't say what they are. I really want to tell you guys, but I can't because I don't want to take any chances of somebody coming up with this idea. I'm usually pretty open about things, but lately of my quote-unquote inventions, I'm keeping them hush-hush, and it's worked out for the best. As sad as that sounds. Get off there. I'm really hoping I can get around to working on these things sometime this year. We are about to hire a new person this next month coming up, so I'm going to be pretty occupied with getting them all trained and settled in. And then after they're settled in, then I can start creating again. And do some of these ideas. I've been really focused on doing tutorials a lot lately too, so the time that I would normally have spent creating new product has been dedicated towards video recording tutorials and editing those tutorials and doing as best as I can to help out people with using our products. I feel that's a big void that we haven't had in the company, and I know it can be really tricky working with some of our stuff, so I try my best to make it easier for everyone. So that's been kind of derailed for December though. I was doing really good about like recording and editing like every Monday and putting up a video every 2 to 3 weeks or so, or more than that. Like I put a whole bunch of videos up in October because I was trying to get the Skull series done. But I feel that was really helping people out with using our items and answering a lot of questions I was getting in emails and putting it into physical form. I'm not very good at writing, so my version of helping people is doing video tutorials and showing them the process. Yeah, she's another person that does a lot of experimentation with style, and that I appreciate what she does and brings into the world. But yeah, she's been very much leaning more towards the toony style. She's always been a huge Disney animation fan, so I could definitely see that in her builds. But she's been having a lot of fun experimenting with like 3D printing and making things like easier for her to make these costumes. She's got a whole team of people that get these costumes finished, which is really cool. I actually that mannequin bust I was telling you guys about, I actually commissioned her to make a 3D model mannequin for us that we can offer in the web store, and it's kind of like a cross between a couple different mannequins. It'll have ears, it'll have like eye ridges and stuff like that. It's going to have shoulders, and it's going to be specifically catered to fursuit makers. So we're going to offer it in the rigid foam, which a lot of mannequins aren't made in anymore. And I feel like that's something that's just very much missing now that the CFX mannequins are gone. Nobody can find a good mannequin dealer that is the right size, the right shape for working with fursuits, doing these kind of builds. A lot of the mannequins that you buy are either display mannequins, which are very small, or they are mannequins that have an overabundance of space around the jawline and the back of the head, but that's to make it so there's not too much suction when doing like a silicone head. There's a lot of different details. But anyways, yeah, she's working on doing a mannequin for us. I made a mini mannequin, which I've actually been using for making mini models for my sculptures, which has helped a ton. And I sent that to her to use as a physical reference to make a 3D model and to 3D print it. So yeah, I cannot wait. Like, she's been a little delayed with like doing on that, like working on that project, but I think she's very close to finishing it at this point. But I can't wait. I can't wait to have that in my hands and make a mold of it and then test it out and see if there's any edits we need to make and offer that to people, because I know it's something people want. People want and need to create. I've only ever seen one other person do the mannequin thing, and they beat me to it. But yeah, West Creation Costumes, West Costumes. I think that's her name. But I'm not even sure if they're still selling the mannequins, because I haven't seen them posted at all. Yes, these are real feathers. These are feathers that were harvested from chickens that were used in meat production, and they were cleaned and sorted through and sold. Yeah, that's how they used to sell them. And then I haven't seen them post anything about them. I haven't checked out their web store either to really like see if they are still selling them. I'm gonna put that one right there. Yeah, but like I said, I do understand that a lot of the people who are selling the mannequins are selling them for FX artists. So they're used to working with like monster clays and doing like silicone latex stuff. So to them, the plastic is better to use. Like, I actually like using plastic mannequins for doing my sculptures, but I like using a foam mannequin for doing construction on a head. Like, being able to hold the elastics in place and foam in place and stuff while I am building and working on it. I prefer the rigid foam bases. So I can see uses for both. Because if you use a rigid foam base with using clay and you're using tools, you will damage that foam, and eventually the skin will be gone. And you'll just have all this rigid, like, all these, like, holy, nasty mess on the skin. And it'll be a pain in the butt to remove the clay, and you'll get these, like, chunks of foam, very fine particles, rigid foam. And it'll just be nasty. Like, it'll get your clay all gross, and then your clay will be all textured, and it'll just be bad. So, they both have their uses. Also, for display, a plastic mannequin would be fine. But I just use helmet holders for displaying my heads, so I can hang them on a wall. And Mommy just bought me some of those for Christmas. I haven't had a chance to hang them up yet. Hello, Dark Dragon. Hi, Crystal. I feel so bad you guys got here so late and about to stop streaming. Yoo-hoo! Oh yeah, Monster Maker's mannequin heads? That's the one. I was saying CFX, but no, yeah, Monster Maker's has the really good head. The only problem with it is the huge apple in the front, and the back of the head top is a bit too crazy. It's a very large 24-inch head. But that was my first mannequin, and it is, like, still amazing. I use it as a standard for my pre-made heads to make sure it's big enough for people. I've actually extended my stream by an hour today. I was gonna stop at 9, but I was like, oh, but everybody's like here, and I had to take like a 15-minute break for dinner earlier. I didn't exactly start right at 6:30 because it took a little bit to get everything set up. But also, I'm making a lot of progress with this at this point, so it's just really nice to finally start seeing things together. Fluffy. Drink. More drink. I've been doing so much talking. I can't believe I'm hungry. I should not be hungry. I'm just so good about not eating after 8 o'clock, and I am like, my stomach is growling. I think I just burned off too much energy today. It is, and I feel like it's taken so long to get the momentum going, and I finally got it going. I was like, I just want to keep going. But if I keep going, my body's going to fall apart. My neck is like already starting to really ache. I've not been exactly taking it easy this weekend. Like, I honestly wanted to start doing some streaming yesterday, but I was like, no, you should relax. You've been working all day. So I didn't. I just kind of tested out one of my like wireless mics for doing streams and tutorials. So I got that working. I'm like, okay, I feel accomplished. Now I'm gonna go and do something fun. So I stopped. And I was like, no, nobody's not gonna get any warning if I just stream now. And I haven't done it in so long. I'd much rather give people a heads up. Especially because I was doing like this part where you're actually starting to see what this is going to look like. It's pretty! Oh gosh, did I actually record that? Did I record working on Nemi's wings? Yes, the whole thing is going to be feathered. I might hate myself later for it, but it's going to look amazing. Yeah, back when I used to work on my streams like through the night because I worked third shift. Third shift and second shift. So my streams were like I can't believe people were watching me. I really can't believe that. People were watching me till those hours. Especially when I was working on the Toothless project. Like, I was streaming all the time working on that. Well, you got to watch it. But yeah, the clumps were already preemptively made. They were strings of feathers I took apart and re-glued together in clumps of like 5 to 8 feathers. So I can easily apply these and know that I've got all the good feathers and they're all laying the right way. So the top is on top and the bottom is on bottom. But that took me a couple weeks to do, and I'm finally able to start attaching these onto the hood, which is fur. And like you see, I'm blending it in there, so the fur is acting like a down. It's not... See, the thing is, there's a difference between burnout and your body just not wanting to go anymore. Burnout is really more of a mental state where I'm just getting old and I don't do well sitting in a chair for multiple hours, especially after doing lots of hard physical labor earlier in the day. And then you're kind of trying to like relax your body and your body just like screams. Mom, you have no room to talk. Why are you still awake at 11 o'clock? This is true, yeah. I think a lot of people who are watching late at night were actually international. Different time zones. Yeah, my mom up there, one of a kindable. Yeah, she's also on the East Coast. She should not be awake. She's been so bad. This is very true. I think it's the reason why Curlworks has been absolutely amazing and so patient, because she sees how this is turning out, and it's just because of all the hard work that's finally starting to pay off. It's so cool. It also helps too that pretzelrocks.com has a really good playlist. Like, I finally found a channel that I like, and the beat and the songs will just keep me pumping. I want to keep going. Yeah, this is how the chicken is looking so far. You have to look in the little camera to see it because the other one's too big. You see all, because right now there's a lot of reds in here. And you can see over here where it starts matching more with the fur. But as I go up, I'm going to start now blending these all together. I actually probably should have started down here with more of the beige in there. More of the cream. But I like how pretty and red it is. So instead of being splotchy like I was going to do, I kind of did more of a concentrated. Just gotta roll with it, and I forgot what I was doing. Like, oops. It's kind of like here I am doing another row, even though I should stop. But I don't want to stop because I'm getting a lot of work done. I think what it comes down to, I might push through just to get this done. And then the rest of it's going to be a lot easier because it's going to be smaller sections. Because then I'll get all the reds done and I'll just have the one color. Why, thank you. I know, right? It's like, oh, adding feathers is so amazing. Especially if you use, like some of these feathers, I don't know if you guys can see this on the camera, but some of the blacks have that iridescence to it. So if you do a character or a creature that has these black feathers in it, oh man, when you bring that costume out in the sunlight, it is so pretty. Like originally I pulled one of our crow heads a couple years back when I first made them, and I wanted to just do a crow just because I knew where to get some of those really pretty iridescent blackish green feathers. And I ended up not doing it, which makes me kind of sad. But I don't know, maybe another time I'll be able to do a crow or something. Or some kind of creature. I think even taking one of the skull heads and doing that would be really cool. Maybe I'll do that with the one skull that I'm trying to sell. Get some of those pretty black iridescent feathers and mix it in with the mane. Oh, I might do that. I've been thinking about adding LEDs to the eyes. I think I might do that and some feathers in the mane. That'd be cool. I have a bag of just iridescent black feathers that are mixed in with these ones that I didn't use. Because they were too black. I needed to have lighter colors. Okay, good night, Mom. I will send you pictures. No, this is for Curlworks. It's actually a trade. Ow, I got hot glue on my hand. I had commissioned her for a new flurry hoodie because my hoodie got thrown into the dryer by somebody else. And so I asked her if I could hire her to make another one, and then the whole like pandemic happened and I didn't really have the money, so I said to her like, okay, I've already paid some, can you just put mine on hold and I'll finish paying you the rest? And she had no problem with that. But then she like a month later said she was looking for somebody to do a chicken head. And then I'm like, oh my god, I want to make a chicken head. So I asked her, I was like, hey, okay, can I make you a chicken head? And we just make this a trade. And she's like, oh, hell yeah. So, yeah, that's how that happened. I mean, of course, when conventions were going to happen and stuff like that, the original goal was she was going to have the hoodie done for Anthrocon, and I was going to have the chicken done for Anthrocon. But everything just kind of got this year, so we're both just like, okay, just do it whenever, just work on it whenever you can work on it, because there's no deadlines now. And she's already got the hoodie done. She finished that, I think back in July. And she's just been kind of holding on to it while I get the chicken done. Oh yeah, they're so pretty. So metallic, like lots of like light reflection off of those feathers. You mention anything and Crystal gets excited. Give you a random shiny thing. Look, shiny thing. And she's like, oh my gosh, shiny thing. Oh, yes. That's gonna look nice. Dude, that's the way it works out, because I'm a chicken fanatic, so I very much wanted to actually look like a chicken. Modded the crap out of the base. Barely even recognize it from what it was. Everybody's like, oh my god, did you have a chicken base? I'm like, no. This is our songbird base. I very much have edited the crap out of it. But it's funny because, God, I can't remember their name, but somebody else is also working on a chicken head, and they've been following the methods that I've been doing, and they're turning theirs into a Polish hen. God, I would love to make a silky head. Oh my god, that'd be so much fun. That'd be very easy, because that'd just be fur. That wouldn't even have any feathers. Actually, I gotta add a red in here next. Oh, there's actually a couple chicken fursuits out there, just not realistic ones. There's a really nice toony one that was made. But I can't remember. I think it might have been Wildlife that made that one. I don't remember. Yeah, they wanted me to go extreme with the realistic on this head. I don't know what they're going to use it on yet. They just wanted the head. I'm actually kind of curious. Hi, Fluff Kitten. What you doing? Please don't rub against my camera. I think if I actually do a chicken head base, I'll definitely do a silky. The thing is, if I do a silky head, I want to do an entire silky suit. Because I want to do the crazy proportions and everything. Kind of like, I also think at some point that I'd want to do basically a suit of all the different kind of animals that I have. Like, I would love to do a cute goat suit that actually looks like a goat and not a toony goat, to say. Like, not all goats have those long floppy ears and stuff like that. I'd want to make it more like the Nigerian dwarf goats. And I'd want to do like an alpaca or a llama and actually make it so it's got that like show cut where it's all poofy. Just because it also make it a lot easier to to work on those kind of creatures because I have them on my property, so I can take pictures of them all different angles and really study them. Like my cat Cammy, when I remodeled my cat head, I was like feeling over her face for her bone structure and stuff like that. It's really funny how cool she was with it. Like, I'm gonna make this cat look like a cat. Yeah, but I think if I make a suit like that, like the silky, I would do hollow foam padding, because otherwise that thing's gonna be impossible to ship around. It's gonna be so bulky in order to give it the chicken shape. Who's that? Wait, don't touch the thingy, okay? I see you shaking your butt. Sit. 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 Good boy. Don't want you bumping the camera. Oh, here comes the other one. I realize my hands are free. Oh, I got a cat on my left hand and I got a dog on my right hand. Yeah, but the style has changed a little bit from how I did Flurry's legs. I now, whenever I do foam, I actually line it with a more tight-knit athletic mesh, and I actually sew the edges with the foam together to connect the pieces together. And I find that works so much better than what I was trying to do before, where I was literally trying to stretch the fabric over the foam legs and hand sew it. Yeah, I'm giving them pets. There, he's just sitting here, and Cammy is over here just going back and forth against my hand. So, sorry, hands are a little distracted right now. My pets have been ever so patient with me. Not really being inside today. Yeah. They're trying to pull me away from work. That's what they're doing. Yeah. Are you trying to pull me away from work? Huh? Just trying to be cute on camera? Yeah. And I got Rune over here too. Oh my goodness. They both got baths on Saturday too, so they both smell good. Yay. No. So don't you put your face in that trash can. Oh, now Cammy's jealous because there's no hands free. And then my fur babies are telling me telling me to stop working. They're like, it's 10 o'clock, it's snuggle times. It's time to go play a game or watch a movie and pet us. Okay, down. Good boy. I have never heard of oval glue sticks. I don't even know what that is. Is it like oval a brand, or are they like oval shaped? I'm very close to finishing, you guys, okay? Let me, like, finish these red feathers. just spilled that on my lap. God. My Kiku. I'm gonna go switch my pants now. Okay, how bad's the mess? There's a lot of water. Oops. I did a spilly. I guess that's what I get for having a cup that's a very small base on it. Oh no, I made a clean spot on the floor. Thankfully my Kigo being it's made out of polyester. It's mostly plastic fibers, so it actually worked pretty good as a barrier to collect all the water. Oh, grab a towel. Okay, I'm back. That was very brief shenanigans for shenanigans. Yeah, I just had to go change out of my Kigo that I just washed and put some pants on. It was just water, so it wasn't anything too volatile or anything crazy like that. Okay. Well, the thing that I dumped was water, but also up here on the upper sections, I used a little bit of hairspray. So I use water to part it and let it kind of sit, and then I use a little bit of hairspray. So that's why it's like staying so well put. But once you brush that, it'll go back to normal. It's just the nature of the hairspray that I used. It's not a super hold hairspray. If you use it lightly, if you like cake the crap out of it, it'll become what I call helmet hair. And that's why I use a lot on doing my crazy spiky cosplay wigs and stuff. But I also know in situations like this, it works very well for parting off fur and getting it to behave until you're ready to work with it. But the stuff like this line right here that I'm working on is just from using the water. It also depends on the fur too. Like this fur is a fox fur. It's kind of almost like kind of a blend between a fox and a oh, they call them like eco shag or something like that, because it's thick, but it's still got the kind of like shiny synthetic fiberness to it, so it's easier to kind of style it. If you're doing a very realistic fur, like a mink or a rabbit, it would not stay put. It'll just go back to where it was, because it's very thick fibers. I say fox, leave me alone. I know it's faux fur. But yes, I actually meant fox fur when I said fox. It's called fox. puppy's got the zoomies. What the heck did you just do? Did you just hit yourself with your own toy? Lies! You know, I actually had a soft mount taxidermy fox a while back. Someone was selling, and that thing was so pretty, and they did such a good job on it. But I sold it because of the way people react with real furs and stuff. Another layer. Woohoo! It's kind of cool. You actually take a brush. You can brush through the feathers lightly. I'm gonna get a different cup. I gotta get some more water. Is that your bed now? Haha, there'll be no knocking over this mighty cup. And I could dip half the comb in there. Win-win. Oh, it's actually a lot higher up than I thought. I'm not a dry sponge. How dare. Trust me, I will not hydrate with the cup of fur. I have got my pushing cup of protection that has a straw. I learned a long time ago working with fur, do not have open containers. Dude, do you guys realize how pushy now I am right now? My pushing cup, my pushing shirt, and I got pushing pants. Oh. Yeah, the Flocati is super fluffy. Flocati is like next to shaving seal fur. Like seal fur, it gets everywhere. It is everywhere on everything in everything. And then Flocati is like the long cousin of seal. Pushing it, yes. Am I pushing it too far? Good times. I'm gonna thumbs up this song. I like this song. I'm liking like the 8-bit music and stuff like that they've been playing. That's funny. But careful, 3 puns in a row and she might not come back. Might kill a crystal. Should die like the weasels. Whew. Gosh. True. Don't hiss, you like it. I love the shape that's coming right here. Just because of the padding that's underneath, it's actually popping this out. It's really cool to see that. Because I'm also starting to bring the feathers in this way. It's so cool! This is why padding is important. Chicken shapes are happening. Oh, actually, I'm gonna move the camera up here. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys weren't in the shot. Should have said something. Yelled at me. I know I haven't said it, but thank you guys so much for joining me on this stream. You've truly made it a joy. Sorry that's happening for you. It's actually quite a common occurrence for us out here. I've had problems for the last 2 weekends of the internet connection completely dropping for an entire day. So the only way I could like do anything online was actually through my Verizon service. Kinda sucked. Yes, everybody is so nice. And it's just so good to see that. Everybody's here just to have fun. Oh my god, it's 10:50. I'm being so bad. I actually haven't quite decided if I'm going to work from home tomorrow or if I'm going to go into the shop. Because on Mondays I'm supposed to stay home so I can work on tutorials. But I haven't been able to do that for all of December, so now it just feels weird. I think what I might end up doing is going to the shop tomorrow, and then I can try to do tutorials on Tuesday. Just because I feel like there's things that were not finished on Thursday since we didn't have Friday. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll just let them know. Because Angie should... Yeah, Angie's going to be there Tuesday, so yeah, that'll work. Well, the people in the chat also make it a good stream. It's not just me. This one in the middle? The skinny one in the middle. That is the best, isn't it? Being able to craft while somebody else is crafting. It helps motivate each other. Trust me, I do the same thing. either watching other artists work or watching brain fart. Or watching building streams. Like, I love watching streams of people building things or like learning new stuff. Oh, it's still poofing a little bit. Okay, we're down to the last of the reds. There's only 2 darks and 2 mixes. And everything else is blonde. Cool, 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 cool. This is the last row of reds. Gotta brush this a little bit because it has the spray in it. Brushing the spray out. See how it's going back to being normal fur again? By just brushing it out a little bit. That's why the hairspray works so good, because it's not permanent. It is called Rave 4 x 4 Mega Hairspray. Oh. You actually buy it from Walmart, I believe. But this is what I love to use for fursuits and especially for wigs. Between that and Got to Be Glued, which is a super stiff glue used for hair. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have been, like, watching me work on the Hawks cosplay, but I use Rave 4 hairspray and Got to Be Glued hair spiking gel in order to style that wig. Which is still a work in progress. I have not touched it since March. At this rate, I might just end up redoing it anyways, because now that the character is on screen and I see the actual color of his hair, the wig I have is wrong. And it bothers me. That, and I also learned that the mesh front wig that I have, I did the mesh stuff wrong. I clipped off a bunch of the extra mesh, and I realized I should not have done that if I was making a seamless hairline. So, lesson learned, don't do that. Leave the mesh intact while you work on the hairline. Oops. So, I'll probably end up finishing that one and selling it, kind of like I've done for the rest of my cosplay, and then redoing it. Yes, it is so good. Ultimate spiking glue. I actually freaked myself out the first time I used that. I used it on my own hair for cosplay. And I was running my... After I had spiked my hair up and had it like that all day, I finally get back to the hotel room to wash it out. And it wasn't moving. And I'm like, oh my god, is my hair stuck like this? I was like so scared it was stuck forever like that. But I ended up finding out that once I like took my two hands and like mushed my hair together with soap, then it finally started coming out. But man, just running underwater, it did not move. Well, thank you so much for stopping by and watching a stream again. I know, I don't really do them as much as I used to. But also, my internet's been kind of shit out here in the country. So it's not that easy for me to find a day where we have like really good connection. I cannot wait for the day when we can finally get some cable internet. And everybody's like, ew, cable, don't you want like Fios and stuff like that? Dude, I am on satellite internet right now. You think that doesn't exist anymore? Oh, it does. I would love to have a hard line so much. But they don't have it out here yet, so I'm hoping eventually it becomes a thing. Like, please, 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 just give me cable internet. That's all I want. I mean, I'm honestly just happy that this is working. And I've got a good signal, I got a good connection. It's a little bit of lag between what I'm doing and what you guys are seeing, but I think it's just the way that YouTube is. Look at this beautiful puff. Okay, and last layer is just blonde. Dude, if I could get like Verizon Fios out here, I would be the happiest jelly bean. The internet connection for that service was so good. I mean, even on my wireless, when we had Fios, it was better than what I have out here. And I'm paying $90 for this internet service. It's just internet. $90 a month. It's ridiculous. And I don't even have options for providers. I only have one provider. Hey, Kaz! Yes, it is. It is so satisfying to see all of this. I've only done small sections and just be able to like run my fingers through it. It's so nice. Like, I'm trying not like to overboast about this, but oh, I feel like it's been so long. Yeah, jelly beans. The jelly bean badges. I still have my bean. Do you still have your bean? I need like a shorter one so you can see those pretty reds underneath. There we go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had a bit of a brain fart today on the barn project. Started blocking out the frame and working on the roof, and I completely like, because I was like, well, I got the 2x6s matched up with the 2x6s, and where are the 2x4s going to go for the rafters for the roof? So I had to sit down and brainstorm a little bit, figure out what I'm going to do with that. I can't say I've done very many roofs that were actual legitimate, like, barn roofs before. Like, house roofs. to rewatch some videos and figure out what I'm gonna do. It would be easy if I was making the roof like the same width as the walls, but I want to have the roof hang over like a foot on the east and west side, and then 2 feet in the front and 1 foot in the back. And trying to do that when you're building a frame from scratch is pretty complicated. This is actually the 3rd feather project I've worked on this year. Because the other 2 were wings. And I had to make those feathers from scratch. And yeah, when you spend so much time like making things like that from scratch and then finally laying them out, putting them together, oh, it's so nice. I'm gonna put myself through the torture of making a 3rd set of wings. Because I wasn't happy with the first ones I made, and then I had too many, and I ended up using those extra ones to make a small set to sell, and then the set that I was working on I don't like, so I sold them. So now I'm going to have to make a 3rd set from scratch and make all those feathers from scratch. But god, those fabric feathers, they look so good. I really hope that more artists pick up that technique with making like wings for cosplay and for fursuits and stuff, because it works so well. Okay guys, I did it! The back is now feathered. Okay, I'm going to zoom out so you can see better. Which camera? This one? Woo! I wish that like the light was like a little bit more this way so you guys could see. Maybe I could tilt it forward. I forgot it's on a stand. Yes, it's so puffy. See this bulge right up here is what I was talking about. That makes me so happy because the padding underneath of it, it's supposed to look like that. Like the camera over here. Let me see if the camera settings are off. Let me double check real quick. Go back to default. Well, I guess no. Why does that camera look so different? And for some reason, like this one's like more like the actual color that this is, but this one looks gray. I don't know why. But I still have a giant bag full of the blonde red feathers, so I think I'll be good to finish this project with these clumps. Because since these feathers are so much like wider than the reds I had to use here, I won't have to use them as big of a condensed amount as I did for this. It'd be more like the shoulders where I didn't really use that many clumps of feathers. Oh yeah, it's getting there. Check in. Slowly becoming chickified. Yay. Whew. thank you all so much for stopping by the stream and watching this process. I have gone 2 hours over the time I was supposed to stop. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm gonna stop for the night. I'm gonna stop this time. I swear I am. I'm gonna stop. I know, right? It's been such an ongoing project. It's been like so long. But it'll be worth it in the end. It will. I keep telling myself this. Please believe me. That it's going to be worth it in the end. Oh, fluff. This one's not in the right spot. I'm not going to sleep yet. I'm going to go do something fun and relaxing. And then I'm going to go sleep. I don't usually go to bed until midnight-ish. I've been going to bed early since Thursday, like 10 o'clock. I've just been exhausted from this week. But other than that, yeah, I'm usually up till midnight. I usually go to lay down around 10:30, 11 o'clock. But yes, thank you all so much for stopping by the stream, and I will do my best to update Twitter on the next time I do stream. Usually it'll be on Sundays. That's been kind of my day to work on crafting and reserve time for it. Maybe Saturday evenings, but usually I like to play games with my friends on that night. Either way, I will update Twitter. I will update my YouTube, so if you follow me on YouTube, if you subscribe, you will get notifications on my next stream. And also if I do any update videos. I do plan to take a lot of my builds from the past couple years and actually turn them into videos that you guys can watch and see the process of me creating one of these things. Like the Trico builds is one of the things I really want to update, as well as the Godzilla build. Sadly, I lost all my builds from anything before Godzilla, so I can't do anything with that, but anything after I can do builds. Anyways, yes. Good night, everybody. Again, thank you so much. Bye-bye.